Yes. All right, so we're gonna start with ES on the 1 hour here. Take a look at how things went overnight. Forming a bit of a head and shoulders on the 1 hour with Friday's high. Bounced up off of last night's close and over the prior week close, which is right around here at 67.22. A little bit of resistance to the upside, 67.37.50. And support the downside at 66.97. Breakdown of 66.97 would probably be a loss of the trend here, and that's been an uptrend we've been on for some time. I guess beginning of September. So somewhat significant if we do get a failure right around that head and shoulder top, which is what is that level? 67.31.75. So might want to watch that as we move into open. In the pre-market this morning, it looks like yields at the top end of the curve are up. Bitcoin bouncing back. Dollar up pretty substantially with the negative news out of Europe and Great Britain. And oil still moving, now at $64 a barrel, which is fairly significant. Gold down a little bit today, but still holding that 3,800 mark. And then silver up about 43 points. VX lost some steam in the overnight. We have Nikkei up and HSI up as well. That's probably about it over here. So we're gonna go over to Gamma Strike and take a look at that at some point. There we go. Okay, so 0 DT Gamma. Looks like we're trading at 66, 66, 60. So a little bit up from spot. There's some resistance at the 70-75 strike. Probably a little difficulty crossing over 80. We got a fairly smooth transition back out to near our high, up at 6,700. Obviously, big support built up yesterday at 66.50 and 45. Yeah, that's probably about it. On all expirations, there's a little bit more resistance at that 70-75 mark. But we are right at the base of that. And so, one good push at open, and this is going to flip from resistance to support. And then probably a little difficult to grind up through these like 85, 90, 95 strikes. On the Delta side, into the end of this week, we've got about 3 days till expiry. There's still a little bit of negative delta, which looks like we've squeezed out into the start of the day. Big delta at 70-75. So again, important resistance there. And then actually a fairly decent amount of negative delta to the upside of that from 80 out to 6,700. So that might, squeezing that off might kind of help that low gamma that we have in that range. But 67, 70 and 75 kind of look like they're going to be the flip point for price action today. If we reject off this level, there's still fairly large support at 45 and 50. And so I would say probably the trading range for the day is about 66.45 through 6700, barring like a really bad auction later today. I think we're fairly light on news, so not too much range, about $50 worth or so. Um, Take a look at the gamma curve. The flattened part of this kind of formed a little peak around 67-65. Not quite as steep to the downside as it was yesterday, so we probably have some out of the money profit taking, but it does steepen a little more in the negative gamma environment should we fall into it, but that's going to require not only that we push down, but that we push down through bullish support. So I feel like that's kind of unlikely without any data, but do be aware of that. To dealer positioning here on SPX, a little more soldness on options. Delta kind of flattened out. We lost about 50% of the positive gamma that was on the chain. So the market maker a little less supportive, but still, buy the dip, selling the rip. We've got, Vega neutral continuing to move up from spot, and gamma neutral still kind of pinching a bit closer. Gamma neutral now over that really important 6,600 level. Gamma max kind of flattening out, and GN turning up. Interesting. Probably still seeing a fair amount of volatility selling here, but not enough to pull Vega neutral down. So we're not getting it very close to spot if we are getting it. So maybe not full risk on by short vol yet, but they did sell a decent amount around 45 and 50 yesterday. The SPX chain, Vega neutral pushed almost right up to our low of the day. Still a bit below spot, but rising fairly quickly since about the 12th. The soldness of options increased, and Delta picked up a tiny bit. Gamma fell off by about 3 billion. This is kind of interesting. Might be starting to see more activity 30 days out more than anything else. Nothing here particularly bearish. I mean, I guess Vega neutral getting closer to spot might be somewhat significant and could act as a draw for price action in the event that we do get a downtrend or a failure. So maybe keep a small eye on that. We are in the part of the week where gamma kind of opens up a bit. So if we look at our prior trade days, SPXW. Yeah, so we've actually got a little bit of negative gamma today, which should open up quite a bit of range if it becomes available to us and we don't get hung up at that 70-75 resistance. There's really the best way to put this is there's resistances and supports are not going to be as strong today. In fact, they should be quite weak. And so we want to keep an eye on that, not only today but Thursday as well, where gamma is quite low. And then yeah, still really no significant delta until we get out into Friday. And I don't think the charm support on Friday is all that strong. We've only got about 18 billion in delta there. Options macro side. This is probably just going to look bearish because price dropped, but we did see a little uptick in put leverage. Call leverage stayed pretty flat with actually some call leverage picking up further out of the money around 3.2% out to about 15% above spot. But put leverage, though the peak of put leverage shifted a little bit closer, now 4.1% out of the money, with further out of the money put leverage declining and nearer the money put leverage increasing. We also saw some in the money put leverage pick up, which could be bot puts. The delta on puts increased pretty much all strikes to the downside, and a little bit from about 6.5% in the money to spot. We're starting to get quite a significant amount of delta built up, about 30 and 90 days out. Something around 182. XRT starting to look a little bit bearish. We've got a little bit more on the put side of a little bit more delta on the put side of SPY and QQQ than we've seen in some time. But NVIDIA and Tesla still very bullish. IWM as well. Let's say the put call ratios there. What we would expect. Call delta dropped a little yesterday. Put delta picked up. But I feel like with the overnight move, that's probably flattened out a tiny bit. We had a little tiny drop off in skew, but mostly flat since about the 11th. IV 30 and 10 did pick up fairly significantly, but probably far more importantly, HV starting to flatten out. A couple more days of higher closes or lower closes than opens and a little bit more variance, and we should start to see HV10 turn up. That's that kind of that signal that I want to see for volatility to really get unstuck, but we're not there yet. We probably need several more days of more significant price action. We do know because of the low delta that we've got at least today and tomorrow where we can get some of that, but beyond that, it's still kind of unclear. Not a lot of event vol into the back of this week. There is a small uptick in volatility for GDP tomorrow and then PCE on Friday. And then that gets crushed out into Monday. And then next week's event vol a little bit more exciting, but not significantly. Does look like we got some in the money or out of the money put buying around 4,800, probably about to close and around 6,000. Implied move on SPXW for the day is 52%, or 52 points, rather. Sorry. And 70 points on SPX. Gives us 122 to 61 average. Pull up trading view here. Let's see, quite a few minutes. A 61 point move baked in, which is 66.98 to the upside, which would bring us pretty close back to our all-time high. 66.16 to the downside. I think we probably land somewhere in the middle there, around like 66.80-ish. I think it'll probably be hard to climb that last leg up, or at least we'll get maybe a rejection off of that kind of range where we have the really low gamma. Yeah, I think that's about it for the day. So I am going to go get some coffee, and I'll see you guys for market open. Bye, guys. Yum. Well, looks like a little bit of a gap up from yesterday's close, but we're missing data. Oh, everything's fucked. Okay. Is that just failing to load, or... Uh, One sec. Yeah, no problem. Go watch it, and you can find out. Headline just now: Market pissed tame gains after power cools excessive exuberance. Absolutely nothing other than excessive exuberance warrants SPX starting with any number higher than a 4. Yeah, that's fairly true. Hold on, I'm just trying to get GS up and running here. There we go. I'll hit 25. I know. With the dollar pumping this morning, wouldn't we expect the market to be down a bit? It's not pumping that much. But we did fall through the prior week open. Heading back to yesterday's close around 67.15. They say we've got some bot puts coming in down at 66.50-ish. Some bot puts coming in at 66.20, 66.15. We're just trying to take control out of the gate like yesterday. Maybe a little. Yeah, we're definitely getting some put by. A little gap down. Pulling back to those sold puts at 45.50 would be kind of interesting, I think. Opening gap at 58.09. Opening gap closes at 58.09. Not a lot of significant sold puts to the downside, so you get down to like 66.25, except what was on the chain yesterday. Any new gamma coming in to defend? Mm. And the money bot calls at 50. We got sold calls all the way down to 55. Seems like bears at a minimum are pushing for the gap fill. But they might add to that. Downside sold puts are fairly weak. Getting puts bought back at 40, 50. Bot puts at spot and in the money just above spot. I will say that this range from like 62 down to 66.38, this range is this is a very much like a comfortable range for the bulls and the market maker. Oh yeah, I get Discord flipped on. Just 220 watching with 74 likes. Hit the like button if you guys could. It's significantly better than not hitting the like button. Unless you're hate watching, in which case, fuck you too. Meanwhile, the average PE is like 30 for the S&P 500. Yeah, it's perfectly healthy, right? I did be on a roller coaster this morning. Yeah. You know what I'm here for? I do. I do. I don't think the YouTube algo cares if you like or dislike the video. Engagement is engagement. Did they bring the dislike button back? They don't tell me about it. They're protecting my mental health. Imagine being so full of hate one would hate watch a stock stream. I choose to be filled with joy. Well, you're an otter, so joy is kind of like second nature to you. Overnight gap filled. There's a bit of support at 50, although it's looking worse. Bot puts coming in all the way down to about 30. Yeah, losing 50 opens up a big downside move. 46 months and finally trying not to be a degen. Thanks, Kurt. Keep asking questions, B-Watts. You'll get there. Thank you. How do you reconcile the crazy P all-time highs with retirement accounts? You can diversify them. You don't have to be exposed to growth when everything's trading at, 30 plus Ps. You can get exposure to the long end in case the growth cycle seizes up. There's always money markets. Only a hate watcher wears Tim-colored Sperry's. Am I right? You are, in fact. Cobra, I'll never get there. Get where? You would if you'd stop buying out of the fucking money puts. Or if you just bought calls above gamma neutral instead of buying puts above gamma neutral. Like, think how rich you'd be if all those times we bounced and went above gamma neutral, if you just bought long dated calls and rode the market like a cowboy all the way up to all time highs instead of bemoaning your puts for 3 months. Significantly more wealthy than you are now. Didn't make me think about it. It hurts my soul. I had a dream that I accidentally sold naked puts and then the market crashed. What mean? Think I should buy puts? Thanks, cuckoo. Um, no, probably not. It's okay. I have nightmares about having naked calls and puts open too. It's the cold sweats that wake me up and make me feel alive. Well, now I'm hate watching. Nice. The Pickles dream is a top signal. No, it's kind of like a falling dream, except you're watching your account explode instead of falling off a cliff. That's true, Daniel Groves. Is Greeks by Strike not working? No, I think it is. No, I don't wake up screaming. I just wake up and make sure I have stop set, and then I go back to sleep. They gave me margin. They give everyone margin, man. Well, everybody with $2,500. 2,000? $2,000. Your Space Strike is broken and Dork is working on it. Oh, you mean the overnight? Yeah, on prod the overnight's fucked. That's because SIBO gave us the numbers later than the automated run. It's not the Pores edition, it's just all the environments outside of Dev. This is such a great moneymaker. How are you guys not making money? All jokes aside, thank you for 50 months, Tom Tom. First of your name, and first of the Pigeon Whales. Thank you. And yes, GS is the shit. I already made my sub money this morning. Perfect. Wouldn't be worth much if it couldn't pay for itself. Hopefully we get real-time data 2 done. soon. And then you guys will have that. It's got a weird bug today. We're working on ironing out all the weird bugs. We've got everything else set up, though. Support building for the SPX? Eh, no, not really. There's some support at 50. Below that, gamma's pretty flat all the way out to like 20. Doesn't seem like bulls are particularly willing to sell a lot of puts around here. There's some profit taking from the bears on the looks like these 55 and 60 puts, but they still have bot puts to the downside of spot at 50 and 45. Oh shit, the rapture. NQ looks a little weak. Yes, guess we'll see if Vol's definitely skewed to the downside here. Let's see if Vol picks up on a loss of 50. It'll definitely make the day a lot more interesting if it does. Just like me to pick the wrong side in a 50-50 coin toss. Wait, it's because it's 50-50. So your chances of... Okay. Stream card got me. I don't even know what it's from. Yeah, no rapture. Sorry. We can try again next year. You playing this today? We got a little bit of support. It's kind of fun. Getting some sold puts, 60, 65. Resistance at 70. Yeah, we're bouncing a bit. Maybe retest the like 67.22 level, yes. Maybe not. Guess that's a possible risk. But we did get a little bounce. We're starting to get a reversal on ES. Not so much NQ. That still kind of looks like shit. But vol coming down. We're selling a bunch of puts. It does very much look like we're getting stuck in the lower range for price action. Between like 50 and 70. Any chance of breaking the opening price? It's gonna be tough. But yeah, it could happen. There's plenty of time. It's only 10 o'clock. Gonna need to build support again like yesterday. Let's see what happens here. kind of tested and rejected off of last night's close. Hmm. Oh, nuke. RTD's fucked up. I was trying to use it. It was just messy. Yeah. Bulls are still trying to get some stability here, I think. I view starting to even out a little bit. I think Bulls would want to try to push for 70 here, but it's definitely not easy. And not a lot of gamma above VN, so that's not super helpful either. choppy day. Has it been? I don't think it's been all that choppy. Bulls are definitely trying to lever this up, but some of them are a little willing, maybe a little too willing to take profits early. We're getting some sold puts, but like the volumes are very low. But so's the gamma, all the strikes. So I don't think it ends up actually being all that choppy. Like 20 minutes of chop is not. I think most of the trends today will be decent. I think it's swapped from bearish consolidation to bullish consolidation. No, this is bearish consolidation. It hasn't swapped. If this trend fails and then consolidates to the downside, that would be bullish consolidation. Can you point me in the right direction to get Gamma Strike and how to use it? I can. Probably. First thing I'd do is probably check out the roundtable playlist on the YouTube right here. Or I'll send you a link. I think I have a link for that. Yep, I do. This is like we have like 33 Q&As with the users and the devs. So you can check those out. They're fun. And then there's also the documentation, which you can get here. And then that's also where the website is. And if you want to sign up, you can sign up there. I would check out the docs. Maybe watch some of the early roundtables. There's gonna be a lot. They're very information dense. So, and there's a lot of them. We are working on like tutorial videos and simpler formats, but that's what we've got for now. And then if you have any questions, I'm here to ask pretty much all the time. When was the last time you took a vacation? Accidentally when I was 24. But it was like a work thing. 25? 25. Starting to build up some bot calls to the upside. 65.70. Mostly sold puts here at spot. 60 and 60, 60 and 55. kind of loading up on the sold puts. 70 puts are still largely purchased. But yeah, I could see a retest at the prior week close from the bulls. Seems like that's what they're aiming for. I will say it doesn't seem like they're getting any traction on NQ, which is weird. The doc is great. Thanks for putting that together. No, I didn't put that one together. That was JFresh, but yeah. Yeah, it's gonna grow over time. We have a lot more to add to it still, but at least it covers a lot of the basics. Yes, delta and gamma flips do differ from delta and gamma neutral. They're kind of like a zero DTE version, but we have to add a lot more assumptions to them in order to make them work. I do think our assumptions are accurate, but we do have to infer some things because they have to kind of cover up a hole in the data. I would say the easiest way to differentiate between the two is one is based on OI, while the other is based on volumes. Cool. Yeah. You can always tag me in general chat or whatever. Right now, a lot of the conversation around gamma strikes in the members channels. But if you have questions, just tag me and I'll get around to answering them for you. Being rejected at 60 was not on my bingo card today. I don't think this is a very strong resistance. This is yesterday's close though, which is kind of interesting. Like right here around 58. So we're kind of pushing up through that. I think the ES level to the upside is fairly important here. That's like 67.21. That's last week's open. Yeah, but we opened like right on a head and shoulders, which broke down a bit. Or last week's close, sorry. Jesus. That's around 65. You'd be like, well, maybe it's like 66. Yeah, and still kind of want to see this uptrend fail. We think before bulls get a breakout. Is that a head and shoulders on the SPX 15 minute with today's open being the right shoulder? Yeah. Yeah. You could, well, 30-minute, hour. Jesus. Yeah, Friday's high and today's high are the shoulders, with the all-time high being the head. Oh, great. Now I'm gonna start coughing. Motherfucker. Would you die on me? I'm the only one allowed to cause you harm. Thanks, Rims. Well, you want to see more doves? I think bulls need to build a little bit of a better base, but the trend broke, so they can recover from here now. Anytime you get like bearish, like bear flag, that kind of stair steppy consolidation below a resistance level like that, you generally want to see that fail and then support higher and then a move up. And usually the reason for this type of consolidation after a drop, right? If you get the reason for this type of consolidation is because bullish support wasn't very strong at the point of reversal. Otherwise, you would have just gotten one of these. So, yeah, generally, anytime you get a bear flag, it's best to wait for it to break down before going long because these are inherently weak. The big pen worked first time because I used it this morning. It didn't. It wasn't working this morning, and I fixed it prior to the stream starting, or while when I was I mean, if bulls would stop closing their 50 and 55 bot calls, then they might actually have a chance of pushing up into their 65 bot calls. They've been selling the 60 and 65 put in the money. 65 is now like a little tiny synthetic long. New home sales came in pretty hot. They picked up a little, but a lot of houses for sale, which is interesting. Month over month increase was pretty impressive. Also, seasonally, like the strongest month for home sales. Building permits still don't look too hot, though. Ooh. EIA stuff missing. Oil stock missed estimates by quite a lot. Um, Crude also, yeah. Oil imports increased quite a bit. Distillate fuel production was up. Distillate stocks also declined. Ooh, interesting. That's probably kind of bullish for oil. What, the EIA data? It's just the weekly data. Oh, the housing sales? Yeah, if home sales are holding up, less incentive to cut rates. But I mean, over most of the year, new home sales have been pretty shitty. Actually, kind of since like May of last year. I'm not sure that like just like a seasonal uptick is going to be enough. Compared to last August, though, it was an improvement. It's also got to get weighed with, not new homes. It was probably expectations of rate cuts. Why would you lock yourself into a mortgage if you expected rates to get cut? I don't think that's what it was. I think it was that like a lot of home builders were incentivizing getting rid of their inventory and dropping prices. You ever figure out a name for the thing where people chicken out before massive gamma levels so the price never hits the key prices? May I humbly submit gamma taint? Hmm. No, I don't think that's entirely accurate. It's not that they chicken out. It's just that you get you get more and more gamma on the chain, so resistance increases as you approach bigger piles of gamma. Are we gonna see a flash crash on the video? Why? I don't. I don't know about that. Although Nvidia's basically triple topped here at like 184. I feel like the last time it did that wasn't so hot. I might pick up some like out of the money puts on Nvidia leaps. Seems like maybe a good time. Need a couple quarters though. I'm gonna think about that one. The last time I did 60s, but I feel like I can't justify those again. I want to do what, like Jan 27, maybe like 130s. Those aren't too bad. Jan 28, 130s. Hmm. I actually like the 27s a little bit better. A lot of liquidity at that strike. I guess the spread's just a little bit wide. See how this flips from bearish to bullish consolidation? I wonder if this will work. This is what I was kind of trying to explain to you guys. That's a little bit off. Hold on. Let me see if I can fuck with this. There. And then that's correct. Yeah. Consolidating upwards is bearish. Consolidating downwards is bullish. Still needs to break out, obviously, above that level overall, but no problem, Connor Berry. Thank you. Oh, I wonder if this is actually gonna fucking break up or not. ES and NQ are still really struggling. Why is that? Oh, so part of it's like profit taking and mean reversion. Um, but also, liquidity. Like mechanically, it happens because of liquidity. So, um, you know, after a large drop, like we have here, hold on. So after a large drop, bears take profit, which shifts the trend back to the upside. And then if bears are going to buy back in, they're going to do so on this in this range, and then it's more likely to break back down again. Which is, the same thing if you get a large move up and bulls take profits. But then, as those initial bulls take profits, you find new bulls that are willing to buy at these higher levels, driving a breakout to the upside. So it naturally consolidation is kind of like naturally like tilted against the primary trend. So, when you get like a bull flag, then you get like the little breakdown, and then more bulls come in, you get the little breakdown, more, and so on. Bears never take profit. No, actually, they always take profit. That's why retail bears never make any money, because they don't. They wait for more downside. Meanwhile, all the institutional bears immediately pull back their profitable put positions. This price action's pretty boring. Yeah, we're getting a little bit stuck. Consolidation's kind of starting to flatten out a bit. See if we get support on the retest of the trend right here. If we don't, it's very if bullish consolidation or bearish consolidation break down or up respectively, that's like extra bullish or extra bearish. So if you have bearish consolidation and it breaks up outside the top of the channel, this is super bullish because it means buyers didn't wait to get in at lower prices, they just got in at higher prices. And the same for, bullish consolidation that breaks down. It means that, sellers were sellers were willing to sell higher. And this is why when we're looking at like distributive price action, or, we're looking at these initial levels for for them to break out or fail. Wow, accumulation, distribution. And a lot of TA like this is kind of, I mean, this is more important. It doesn't predict the future, right? But it does tell you a lot about how participants are behaving and how to manage risk. So like if you're like I'm gonna go long this test, you're not necessarily predicting that this is gonna break out. You're just saying I'm gonna go long here because it looks like, if buyers push through this level, we will pick up more buyers. And then, it gives you a very defined space in which to enter or set a stop, which is really all you're trying to do with TA. Don't try to use it to predict the future. It doesn't do that. Even like the highest statistical statistically correct like technical signals fall somewhere around like 76 to 80% accurate, which is just just barely uh like decent probability. And most of them are like 50 to 56 ish. So, yeah, using TA to determine the probability of a future event, very bad idea. But using it for risk management, great. Need an AUC above zero point 0.8 to be clinically relevant. Yeah. See how here, we're looking at this level. If bulls test that and push through it, they'll probably get their breakout. But there's a few things working against them here. One, we have very low gamma. We have the Vega neutral. We're in a negative delta environment. So even though the MMs are buying that upside push, they're also selling off at any sign of resistance, which, exacerbates the downside move relative to the upside move. One second. All right. Sorry about that. Um, so you would have bought that test and set a stop. Like that's what the technical risk management would have told you. So you have a stop kind of right below spot, and you'd be long the breakout. In sort of situation like that, if liquidity is decent, you can get your you probably won't get stopped out, but that's kind of how you want to use it for risk management. Liquidity is not particularly good. Hey, what's that? Oh, breakout got stuffed a little, which isn't necessarily bearish, but not great. Hmm. I wonder if they can get it over the gamma flip without any that looks like it's gonna continue to be bearish too. There's no supportive gamma at the 60 strike. Oh, yeah. Where's that trend? Looks like you got some bot puts that came in 55. This is the same level the bears kind of held on to yesterday, too. Still sold puts at 60, bot calls at 65. It's not a lot of profit taking, but some. Well, that's why you set your stop so tight there. Hmm. Yep. Back to the low. Mhm. Mm. Hmm. 60 and 55 calls taking profit. Bought puts at 55, sold puts at 60, 650. Bought puts at 40. Interesting. I think if we fail here, we could drop down to GM, maybe. Still a little hard to get through 50, but easier than the first test. Hmm. Looks like that's gonna fail. Volatility picks up quite a bit on a failure here. What do you see, Pickle Wizard? Uh, I'd like to see this trend fail. It's kind of close. Well, we got the failure. Hmm. Bot puts coming in 45.40. Probably have to grind through the 50 level. That'll be tougher. Hmm. I'd like to see a lower low here at some point, I think. We got a lower low on ES a little bit. But like a failure of 50 actually makes the rest of the day kind of interesting. There's some decent positioning stacked down to like 40. some decent bullish support around gamma neutral. However, then we're at gamma neutral, so that support may not be all that impressive. We did not get a lower low on SPX though, which is still a little funky. We managed to stay off of the 6,700 test on ES yesterday too, just a little bit. But the weakness in NQ seems fairly persistent. These bounces aren't getting a lot of juice. No volume coming in on them. Another trend day to the downside would be interesting. Some bot calls at 55, bot puts at 50. Some in the money bot calls at 45. Not very many of them though. uh, I feel like if the calls here capitulate prior to a test of 55, that's probably pretty bad. Those bulls need to decide if they're going to lever up here, or this is just going to fail. NQ did tap its low from yesterday. Yes, it's still just a little bit off. The bounce on NQ may be a little bit stronger. If this could test 60 again, that'd be great. It could. I'm just not sure that these 55 calls are going to hang on. It doesn't like look like bulls are coming in to buy up like the 60 and the 65. At least not yet. Probably get more bullish on a break above 55. Hmm. Was that a gap fill? I don't think so. I don't think we had a gap anywhere. Mm, some capitulation on the 55 calls there. That's not good. Well, for the bulls. Interesting. Hmm. Looks like some of the in the money calls took profits on the test too. at 45. I start to pick up a little bit of momentum. Big piles of bot pets still at 45.40. Sold pets at 35. '50s net sold calls, but pretty flat overall. Hmm. It's still fine. Oh. Oh, come on. Squeeze out the 50s. Do it. I'm gonna have some fun today. Are they still selling puts? Mm-hmm. They're selling them at spot, so it's kind of risky. 6,600 end of day? No, I don't think so. Maybe a low around 20-ish, but probably not below 35. At least with the positioning we have right now. It's a decent number of bot puts at 20 and 15, but there's a bunch of sold puts like 35 through 25. So that at least that downside range there is pretty supportive. Maybe less so with the loss of gamma neutral, but definitely not definitely not going to be just easy to smash through, I don't think. But that could depend on momentum and vol. If we pick up enough vol on a drop, like if we just go straight down, then yeah, we could push out to like 20 or 15, but probably bounce back and settle out somewhere in here. Also, like the initial test of gamma neutral always makes me feel like we're gonna get a bounce. Ooh, yay! Dumpy, 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 dumpy. New low. Let's go. Hmm. Mm, retest at 50. Fail. Some profit taking on the 45s. 40 pits didn't really budge much. 45 and 40 pits didn't move around much. The money put here with a tight stop. Yeah, I don't think that's bad. What was our implied move for the downside today? It was like 616. Yeah. Oh, come on, lose support. What was the low yesterday? 66.45.58. Um, hmm. Bob puts 40, 30. Sold calls at 50 and 45. More. Mm, Hmm. Vol still turning up a little bit. Very slowly, though. Hmm. Holy shit, this is so grindy. We slipped 50. How's Delta look down here? Hard to get under 40. It's like 30 or 20 for Vana. We're not getting any vol. Why are we getting any fucking vol? Jesus Christ, that's annoying. There we go. Yes, losing 6,700. Falling into those bot puts, 45, 40. Nice. All right. Sweet. I think 6696 is the ES support. Yeah, so be careful. 6697. Be careful right here. Downside trend test is at 6695.25. But these puts have been sitting here all day, so there might be some capitulation. Also, GN tests tend to be bouncy, so be careful of that too. So be a little bit careful of the trend test here. Jump right through it, huh? Sold puts at 35. Some puts being bought 30.25. Well, it's kind of near intraday highs. Grackle, thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornichon. Give Grackle a shout out for hooking you up.
Cornichon. Cornichon.
If those 40 puts go back out of the money, this can rip up. Not, maybe not to 50, but like 47, 48. Fix at 17. Ooh, lower low. Mm, some profit taking on in the money puts. Bulls selling more puts here? Selling some. What about more? Looks like they're buying back the 30s and 25s. They definitely got the momentum they were looking for. The Bears did. It's still gonna bounce, so careful. Ooh, damn. That was interesting. This is very spicy. Huh. Don't mind if I do. Still going up. Gray pubes, welcome to Pigeon Whale, man. That's a big jump.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. DRS is the devil, he said. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
I think most of the bot puts are in the money now. There's some sold puts above us at 35, sold puts below us at 20. 40/45s haven't really closed out yet, so they kind of killed it. Buck calls, you're all welcome for the drop. Thanks for the knowledge, Gherk. I'll always inverse it for some reason and then blame other people for my degen behavior. What does the kink in the IV smile mean for the 6590, 6595 pits? It means that there's a lot of vol picking up at those strikes, which probably means that puts out there are being bought to close. I highly doubt that they're being bought to open. But probably a lot of risk off across the out of the money puts. I'm glad we finally got to move today. Jesus Christ, consolidation was fucking annoying. All right, let's mean revert. Do it. Next ES support is 6681.25. It's actually probably not. It's probably 6679.75. I can't believe we got all these additional dumpies. It's gonna be hard to get back above 30, but if Bulls can do it, they've got a pretty clear shot at pushing back out towards 50. They're just gonna be tough, and there's definitely some draw towards 20. I'm sure might see here in a second. Just watch 30 to the upside for a reversal. I don't know if they're gonna pull that off yet. Where do you think we bounce? Somewhere in here. Getting a lot of sold 20 and sold 10 puts. Some sold puts at 25. Bot calls at 35, 45. Bot calls at 30, 35, 40. So it looks like they're going to try. Tough, but yeah, it looks like they're going to try. Hmm. What's Delta look like here? It's not There's still a little delta to the downside at 25 and 20. Back above 30, could start squeezing a bit, but not exactly easy. Bot puts coming in 25.30. Bot calls 25.30. Some bot puts at 35. Ooh. Remember, very low gamma today, so support and resistances mean a little bit less. Almost at the technical support on ES. CC 679. The next one below that is 6670. 25? Yeah. Although I think 79 probably matters more. No, I don't think we see 6600. I don't think bears are positioned for it yet. Maybe later in the day. It's possible. Bot puts 2015. Bot calls at 20. Just be careful. Remember, negative gamma, so market maker buys the uptick. These like at the money bearish positions can squeeze out really fast. I said somewhere between 30 and 20. I'm not sure where. I mean, the support resistances are a little less relevant down here. We almost tapped 20, so this would be a good place for them to bounce it. Just tough to the upside. They're gonna have to do some legwork because they gotta get out above 30 to squeeze anything. Yeah. What time's the auction? 1 o'clock? Maybe that's where we see bulls try to pump it, or pump it harder, at least. We're a little short of the neckline on ES for this head and shoulders, at least on the 30-minute. Yeah, if you look out here, there's a little bit more room, maybe, for that 6670 test. And then beyond that, shit gets really ugly. Back to like 6602. But generally on this failure, you'd expect a retest at the trend. Vol's kind of flattening out around like right around here. So some double bottom. Slightly higher low. I don't like the volume on the bounce. It kind of sucks. Did you expect a bounce at some point here? Yeah, we're getting pretty close to the implied move for the day. Bears aren't really positioned very well below 20. We've run a lot of that off already. Obviously, even the out of the money puts now are in a fairly profitable position, but Bears are still buying puts. So Bulls will need a fairly sharp reversal to pull out of this. If it's weak, low volume, it can just fail again. It might stagnate a bit towards the auction, and then bulls might try to push into the auction. I'm not sure what size today's like 5-year auction. I think we have a 5-year today, right? We already did the 17-week and the 2-year FRN. The 2-year FRN didn't help anything out. Yeah, it's a 5-year. I can check the size. Remember, back above 30, they start squeezing the delta. Mm, 70 billion on the 5-year. Yeah, they might try to turn it around into the auction, or at least mean revert into the auction. Maybe back to 40 or 45. I think that's where they'd at least try to target. So Spiegel wants to avoid buying puts at the bottom. Which bears are out here buying puts past the expected move? Isn't that just unwise? I think they're buying back puts past the expected move. Sold puts being bought to close, not not new put, like not bot puts, not bought to open. Remember, this range isn't conducive to V's. It's you have to have constant positive pressure in order to get a V-shape reversal because negative gamma now. Negative gamma environment now. So volatility expansion, not suppression. Here's the 30 test. This is important. This is where we start to squeeze out some delta, which can accelerate the cover bid to the upside. But they need to push right through 30. No stalls, no bullshit. We don't want to grind up. We want to rocket up. If you want to see a reversal, you want it to just reverse. Okay, there you go. A little delta squeeze. Popped the 30. That's a good start. Next one's 40. That matters. Six 645 is about 70% from the lows. Yeah. I just grabbed the 30s, but it was working out. Gamma's flattening out at the 40, 35, 40. They're shorting the fuck out of puts here. Little resistance. Resistance is bad. Yeah, if bulls rug themselves, they're gonna get fucked. Nah. Um, Bot calls at 40. Shook off some of the bot puts. With some profit taking, help drive us up. Gotta push through these bot puts at 35 first, though. Some just came in. Got a little bit of profit taking on the 30-35 bot calls. Looks like the 45 and 50 calls are still being sold pretty heavily. About 33 minutes from the auction. Microsoft partners with OpenAI rival Anthropic on AI Copilot. Microsoft will begin using AI models from Anthropic to help power its workplace AI assistant, adding a significant partner to a product that has so far been predominantly driven by OpenAI. Beginning on Wednesday, business users of Microsoft's Copilot branded AI assistant will be able to toggle between OpenAI and Anthropic models for certain functions, including digital research assistants, and help building customized AI tools. Ooh, broke 35. Squeeze the delta. Do it. More. Yep, gotta get through 40. Above 50 would be very significant, but I don't think that's gonna happen. At least not on this push up. Gamma falls off too much. Hmm. Bulls are still buying a lot of 40 calls. Starting to buy some 35 calls. Selling the 35-30 put. Maybe they could push back up to like 42. Mm, yeah, maybe. Mm, mm, mm. Oracle receives 80 billion of demand for high-grade bond sale. That's 80 billion not going to Basant. Yep. Yes, it is. Should decrease the negative gamma on the move from 40 to 45. Give them a little boost. Not really. I think it'll be hard to get above 40. Like, they'll be able to get like 42-ish. Kind of like what we're sitting at right now. Just like a little bit above the strike. But there's less delta there, which is problematic. So yeah, I don't think it'll help all that much. The delta matters far more. Bulls are still buying a lot of 40 calls. Those 40-45 puts haven't budged much. Mm. A little bit of bullish consolidation here. There's uncertainty around intrinsic inflation persistence, as there currently is a monetary policymaker should respond to inflation. Yeah, yeah, we'll probably see the Fed do that. I think things are going to remain rate sensitive. It's taken too long, but I finally stopped losing money and have begun to squeak out profit, albeit tiny amounts. But you and the team have beaten some sense into me. I appreciate y'all. Thanks. Nice, dude. I'm glad to hear it. It's looking a little weak. Some sensitivity to volatility to the downside. That eases up above 35. But we've not spent a lot of time above 35 here. We very reasonably got some profit taking on the initial test. But we might see bulls push back in a little harder as we get closer to the auction. That tends to be a theme. 5 years up 1% today already. It's a bullish or bearish that labor data is now by default good and inflation is no longer being reported. Well, we don't know that it's not being reported yet. As far as I know, the new head of the BLS hasn't been approved by the Senate yet. Gonna do it? Where are we getting leverage? Ooh, some bot calls 35. Coming back in 40. 40 calls still getting bought. Shaking off some more puts on this chop. In the money bot calls at 20. Some at 25. Looks like we shook off most of the big puts. Still have like 2,300 bot puts at 40 though, which is going to be tricky to break out above. $19 till the auction. I would say we still probably have like $8, $7 more upside from here. We shouldn't be too hard to get. $40 is just kind of tricky. Pop. Do it. We can always just sell the fuck out of the 40, 45p. Yeah, but they gotta sell it hard enough that they shake out the bot ones. And that's gonna be tough. It's kind of a big wall and it crushes gamma, so it makes the upside squeeze a little bit harder. If they get the 40 in the money or back out of the money, it gets a little different, but it's not exactly easy to do. There is incentive to get back above that level though, so that bulls can de-risk more safely should the auction um, not turn out well. Mm, that's not good, right? slightly higher. $14 till the auction. Vol's turning up. More bot puts at 40 coming in. Shitload of sold puts at 35 though. God, things get so weird when there's actually bears. It's been 84 years. Yeah, I suppose. Fed bids 3.9 billion for the 5-year note. G7 discussed imposing taxes on China's rare earth exports, but no decisions taken. They considered price floors for rare earth production to counter China. I don't know. We got a pretty. Remind me next week, lost your gun. We got a pretty full list of tickers to add this week. Drop off in gamma to the upside is steepening a bit. With a bump in gamma to the upside. Steeper to the downside. Just gonna pull back to 30, but maybe not below it. 10 minutes till the auction. Mm. Hmm. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, so are we supposed to believe that the guy that shot ICE detainees wrote anti-ICE in blue pen on one of the bullets? Is this real life? This is what people. This is what happens nowadays. Apparently, that's the trans Antifa terrorists. They spend all their time writing on bullets. Trans Tifa. No, that's Final Fantasy. We should ban bullets. Guns are okay. I don't have time to write a grocery list. Catch me with my slingshot. Can't you just 3D print bullets? No? 7 minutes till the auction. Just a daily reminder when your government rules that anti fascism is a terrorist cause, you're probably living under a fascist government. You can see all the FBI and DHS guys sitting around brainstorming what a Trantifa terrorist would write on the casing, and all they could come up with is anti-ice. Yeah, if they'd been like all the bullets have SpongeBob on them, I would have been like, well, shit. Anti-fascists seem pretty chill, except for when they're around fascists. It's Patrick. Let's be real here. I've played enough CS to understand that the counter-terrorists are the bad guys. Greg, stop giving away our secrets. I hope they put us in the same ice camp, me too. You think we could get deported somewhere cool, like Brazil? At least if we get deported to Somalia, we'll have legal representation. Why you changed my nation of origin to Japan? I said Somalia. What's Salamia? That's not a real place. Is Djibouti off the table? No. No, we can still do that. Let's make a big deal about not wanting to be deported to Djibouti. I don't want to get deported to Djibouti. That's not the Djibouti plan. The Djibouti plan was to take over local government through legalized bribery. They're deporting Somalians? It's Jaboy streaming from Djibouti. 3 minutes until the auction. Ooh, getting a lot of activity. Put call buying coming in all the way out to 60 from spot. Put buying coming in above spot and down to 66.15. Can we get more downs? Yeah, sure, but we got a 5-year auction first, which will probably determine if bulls are able to squeeze out some more delta to the upside or not. Both bulls and bears kind of piling into this. Bears maybe a little more heavily. Ooh, auction time. Five-year yield before auction, 709. Bulls levering up the 35-40 strikes. Still some bot puts at 30, but they seem to be falling off a bit. 25, 20, 15, and 10 puts sold. 35, 40, and 45 puts sold. Bid to cover 2.34. High yield outlet. High yield actual 3.710. Prior was 3.724. Some profit taking on the 30 and 35 calls. Put buying at 30 picking up. Left an upside gap here at 32. Filled. High yield 3.710. Bid to cover 2.34. Award 41.92% at high. Sold 70 billion. Dealers take 11.94. 28.64 direct. 59.42 indirect. So not a bad auction. A little bit of a tiny tail, but not that notable. 0.01. A bip. 1 bip tail. Starting to get more bot calls coming in again. Selling the 35-40 put. Bot calls coming in at 30, 35, 40. Still have that huge pile of puts at 40, though. That thing's barely budged. I know you never short cat, but I want to. Can you talk me down? Just short DJI if you want to do that. Need those puts to capitulate for big upside then? Yeah, and they're starting to a bit. Not quickly, but we are getting some of them pulling back at 40 and 45 bot calls. Keep filling in and then dumping to the upside. It's hard to get any traction when everyone keeps taking profits on everything. Bot calls at 30 are staying up mostly, so that's probably a positive. 35 levels a bit tricky. So is 50. 50's arguably even harder to break through. But I feel like the setup for bulls is really good here if they just push. We got out above 35 finally. More delta squeezes off at the 40. Big vol short. Big bot calls at 45.50 now. Some profit taking on the 40 slowing us down, but not too much. That would give us almost full mean reversion. Yeah, we get above 40, we squeeze a bunch of delta, so. And then, obviously 50 is kind of a big wall. Probably ping off the 50. But that's up there. So plenty of room. Push, little bulls. There you go. There's the 40 in the money. That's some of these fucking calls this whole time. I wish I bought the out of the money calls. Would have made more. Yeah, they just punched through 40. Still big bot calls at 45.50. A little bit of profit taking on the 40. Haven't lost that delta support, but we don't want the bulls to take so much profit that we do. That would be slightly bearish. Ooh, that's not good. Maybe that was all the profit taking. Bounce off of GN. Don't slip it. Mm. Oh, it's 40 pips back in the money again. They're still buying calls 45.50. Getting some in the money bot calls at 35.30. The 40 calls took profits really quick though. I guess they waited too long for the test. So we need to see if bulls continue to lever up here. I don't see why they wouldn't. Upside transition's a little easier now. They broke up some of that bearish positioning. However, they didn't break up all of it, just some of it. Hmm. Alright, the profit taking seems done. That wasn't too bad. Ah, can they not get any more today? Hold on. They're currently not getting anywhere. The volume's starting to dry up on the downtick, so maybe they try to. I mean, they've got to try to push again. They've got to load up the 40 call, which isn't quite that cheap right now. They've got the out of the money calls bought, but I still think they're combating like a little bit of profit taking. If the 35s and 30s start taking profits, this is gonna dump. So they would lose the momentum of their push at that point. Uh, Opening up another downside move, probably back to like 30, possibly lower though. Fuck, they had the squeeze. I don't know why they didn't just keep pushing. Skittish, very skittish bulls on all the upside tests today. We've taken profit like immediately on the test. We need to wait for the options to get in the money. They haven't rugged themselves yet, but they're getting really fucking close. I think one of the problems is they don't really pick up any positive gamma until they get out to like 50. Which is definitely an issue. Not above 50? Mm, Starting to buy some calls again. Hmm. I'm starting to buy the 45-50 put pretty heavily. But the 35 put's also being bought, which is holding us back a little. So we need to break out here. Start picking up delta on the call positioning. Ooh, there they go. There goes some 40 put buying. And we're shaking off some of the bot puts at 42. 55 call buying. And 35 call buying. Okay. Interesting. 40's got stopped out right away. Well, that's not good. Hmm. 200 puts bought. 30. Okay. Yeah, Bears came in and bought some of the 35 put, which is fortunately still a little bit out of the money, but it is a drag. There are way more bot calls coming in right now than there are bot puts. However, so those bot puts that are defending GM might get blown up. If we squeezed everything out to the upside, we probably would get resistance at 60. ES looks pretty bullish. This is NQ. NQ probably looks a little bit more bullish than either one. Ugh. Push up into those 40 puts again? Yep. Alright, Vol's starting to drop again. Still some delta to squeeze to the upside, out to 50. Not a lot of gamma there, though. I guess nothing to really slow us down if we do break out. Gotta get above 42. I think I maybe start shaking those puts that have been there all day. I think most of the profit taking's done until we get a local high. Or a new local high. There'd be enough delta to support a move up above 50? Yeah, they could squeeze 50 out and push to 60. Really hard to squeeze 50 out because there's no gamma. The breakout at like 45.50 is really difficult because gamma just falls off really hard. So they'll have to pump fairly continuously into the 50 strike, and then there's a big pile of delta there too, which could also be resistive. It definitely seems like that's what they're trying to do, though. Bulls are still buying the 66.50 call. Although 45 trimmed. They are selling the 40 put. That strike down to about 1,500 puts now from 2,500 puts. Ooh, we're gonna squeeze them out. Slightly higher local high, getting some bot calls coming in at 45. more coming in at 50. Selling the 45 put a little bit. Gamma flattens out a lot here, so if we get above 45, that's good for the bulls. But until we do, rough, because gamma falls off so sharply back to the 40 strike. Yes, retested 6,700 there. Shook off like another 200 of the 40 put. Mm, fuck. Lame. Oh, shit. Well, back under the 40 bot puts. Fewer of them now, but still back under them. We are still getting higher lows and higher highs. A little uptick in vol there, but VIX back below 17 pretty substantially. It'll probably be hard for us to close above 50 today. Two failed breakouts at gamma neutral. That's not a good look, I don't think. Mm, hmm. Picked up some more bot puts at 40. 200 more. Uh, you gonna catch the knife or what? um, oop, there's some bot calls coming back in at 40 again. 35 puts taking profit. Bot puts at 30. Bot puts at 15. Let's at the 45-50 calls taking profit. It's just selling. We got a synthetic short at 40 now. Fairly decent sized one. Back down. NQ's holding up a little bit better than ES, but they both broke their trend on the 5-minute. Bot puts coming in 30, 25, 20, 15. Calls to the upside of spot dumping. News or just a rejection? Rejection. I don't think there was any news. No. Hmm. Still support around 20. Although, yeah, this doesn't look great. Some bot calls in the money, 66.25. A bit. These bulls are weak as fuck. It's not that they're weak as fuck. They're just skittish. Taking profits very early. It's usually not a good sign for the upside when bulls take profits right when they test the strike they bought their calls at. Or start closing puts on every downtick, but sold puts. Volatility is risky here. I don't know. Bulls are building a little bit of support here. Watch out for the head and shoulders, though. Still haven't really shaken any more of those 40 puts. see. Just catching up with the stream. Pre-market gamma neutral weekly was around 66.10, and now in RTD it's showing 66.38. What causes such big difference? The pre-market one was the development environment, so it was a different data. Hmm. Yeah, that's fucked. Yep. So yeah, so you get bigger moves either way. The more momentum, the bigger the move. Hmm. Straddles get a little worse in negative gamma environments. Um, well, a little more overpriced. So strangles start to get better as volatility picks up, and then like iron butterflies or inverse iron butterflies, inverse iron condors, um, get some benefit as well. This looks like it's gonna fail. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Hmm. Very tight consolidation here. I still don't see any like particularly bullish positioning coming in on the chain. The 30 and 35 strike are still like net sold puts, but somebody just bought a bunch of 6620 calls. Interesting. And somebody just bought a shitload of 6655s. Some 35 and 40 calls bought. 30, 35, 40, 45. Okay. Maybe Bull's trying to get a bit of a reversal here. Selling the 6615 put. Some of the 40s and 45s. 35s closed. 30, 30 and 20 calls still open. Selling the 20 put and the 25 put. Surprised they're not pushing a little harder. Gave up that easy. Get an uptick in vol. Hmm. 2 o'clock already? Huh. It's funny. Seems pretty obvious that's where this is headed. How low could we go? 15? Definitely a bit of a bear day. Hmm. Tiniest of knife catches. That's not very impressive. Did they? I feel like we're still below 30. It's not really a save. If they get the 30 back in the money, then sure. They just take profit like they have on every other upside bounce. Da, 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 da. Still haven't tapped the downside implied move. Hmm. Okay, they did get 30. That's a little bit more impressive. Selling lots of the 30 put. Looking like it's a little hard to hold on to 30. Just keep getting sucked back into the negative gamma. Mm. Mm. I feel like that's pretty bearish. So breakout failed. 30 sold puts start squeezing off under like 27 here. Gamma's flattening out to the downside, which opens up the move to 20. Or opens back up the move to 20. Hmm. Tiny gap. Those bot puts at 25. 66.40 bot puts are still there. There's a bunch of bot puts down at 66.15, which is roughly the implied move. I feel like if we can drop to 20, we can probably slide into some of the bot puts at 15. Then maybe we get a bounce back into like 20, 30 end of day. Hmm. I love how now the bulls want to try to catch the fucking knife. Boring. Oh, very, very boring. Ooh, gamma at 20 is now a little steeper than spot. Eh, almost. I don't think the Bulls want to capitulate on their sold 30 puts. But Vol's going up. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. They will what? Capitulate? Hmm. Probably. I mean, they're trying really hard not to, but they're kind of fighting an uphill battle. We're buying puts at the bottom again? I don't know. Are you buying puts? I bought puts yesterday. And the day before that. And the day before that. Some today. But fewer. Hmm. A little bit of call buying at 35. Some put buying at 25. Why did participants decide to be lame? I don't know. Doesn't seem like a lot of thought was put into the process. Do 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 do. This fucking sucks. Odds of 6,600 today? Zero, probably. Or close to zero. Go look at the delta. That'll tell you. Uh, 0.03. 99.7%. It doesn't go in the money. Or 97, I guess 97%. I would like to see 15 or 20 again, but looks like bulls are trying to catch the knife one more time, buying the 35 call, although not very many of them. Oh yeah, Goolsby be going hard right now. Trump's going to sign the TikTok deal, though. I'm uncomfortable with overly front loading a lot of rate cuts on the presumption that inflation will probably just be transitory and go away. But that's what the Fed's been doing for like ever. That's like their thing now. Oh shit. Hmm. Hmm. We need to fact check on if this gets boofed. I don't know. Bulls either have to lever up here or they're going to take profit. That's kind of the position we're in. Another big opportunity to rug themselves. Any more downs for today? Possibly. Seem to be getting a lot of vol selling post Goolsby speech, though. Since about 2:30, they've been selling quite a lot of puts. They have a lot of puts sold at 30. However, they don't have a lot of calls bought, and they're going to need those. Most of their bot calls are at 35. Not a very significant number of them. So much like our other reversals, this could fail. Thank you so much, Birdactyl. Why do they need bot calls? Maybe I'm mistaken, but haven't they often pumped without? What is different? Sold puts don't have the same effect on the market maker's hedge when you're in a negative gamma environment. So you need bot calls to burn off all that upside delta. Also, Charm's pretty negative here, which is not going to help the Bulls out into the end of the day. Although it is still very hard for us to get under 20. 20 is not impossible. Charm turns positive around 60 40, 60 42. Yeah. Speed picks up pretty significantly on the downside move. Like, a lot. Never get this working. Nope. It's gonna close between 15 and 20. It's not impossible. And all we have to do is burn the sold puts at 30, and that should be about it. Bulls are probably fucked if that happens. Yeah, selling the long puts, which is what happens when you sell puts, while the is going long vol on the downtick, is a, a recipe to get fucking blown out. That's why put sellers are so cautious in negative gamma environments, because it's really, really dangerous. It's not like a positive gamma environment where the MM's hedging in your favor. No, I still don't think a 6600 test is likely. How many times am I going to get asked that today? Volatility is skewed very, very hard to the downside. But we run out of delta, like under 20, so. It'd be really unlikely without news or something. Because even if buyers, like put buyers piled in into end of day, not only would they be buying puts under the implied move, which is not generally a great idea, but they would also need to push delta up sufficiently at those strikes to even allow us to move down. Like delta falls off a cliff under 20. I could see with like a lot of momentum and a lot of vol, maybe like 6610, but losing 6600 would be a bitch. 1 second. Meanwhile, it appears we're just jerking off here while bulls buy and like sell the 30 put, close it, and then buy the 35 call and close it. Bulls do have more significant solds put support down at 6610 though. We've almost got a Head and Shoulders. A really shitty one. Oop, there it is. One second. Fuck. I'm back. Rejected again. They're defending it because that's where they sold all their puts. Hmm. 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 That's weird. Interesting. Where do you think we close? Hmm. Time is it? 3:15. Our most likely closing price right now is like 30, but I could see us closing like $10 on either side of that, just due to the vol. The VIX isn't crushing today, but it's definitely down a little bit. We've had a lot of chop. I mean, we've only had like two significant directional moves all day to the downside. Let's get sucked into the negative gamma again, I guess. They still sell in the 30? No, but they've sold a lot of the 30. They're still selling the 25 a little bit. Is a government shutdown happening? Mm. Next month? Hmm. The bill has to get through the Senate, I think. Or be heard by the Senate. Hmm. Huh. There's so many bulls trying to play a bounce, like way the fuck out of the money. They're buying like 60, 70, 75, 80, 85, and 90 calls. What if it's just Jane Street? My bad. Zero DT. But it's like retail idiots. It's like 30 contracts. That's me. Oh, there you go. See, like I said. It's okay, guys. It's just rims and Tims. This is weird price action. Bulls are selling the fuck out of the 25 and the 30 put while simultaneously getting squeezed out of their 35 sold puts. If Bulls don't get the bounce, they're fucked. Oh shit. What do you do with, well, that's weird. Hmm. One sec. Make Vol go up, please. That'd be cool. Um, how does vol go up here? We need to lose 30. That's where vol goes up. Team, I guess. Hmm. Oh God, we're closing right here. Hmm. Huh. That's an interesting take. I can see that happening. I bet it moves a bit end of day. More interested in watching the out of the money kind of bullish positioning. Okay, that's working. Look at that. Nuke fixed it. Aha. Well, they closed all the calls they bought to the upside. And now it's just 30 and 25 sold puts supporting spot. Bot puts coming in at 35. A little bit. Hmm. I mean, I feel like falling under 30 gets kind of nasty. Big bull case in the last 30 here. Yeah, sure. Bulls get it up above 35 and push out to 42. It's not for lack of trying. Hmm. Fuck, this is boring. But that's more fun. Interesting. Huh. Bot puts? Oh, yeah. Bot puts 30, 25, 20. So the bulls are pulling back some of their short puts on the upside test. Well, that's kind of bearish. Interesting. Hmm. The green candle is a bull trap. Yeah. Ooh, lots of puts being bought back. 35, 40, 30, 25, 20, couple hundred at each strike. Try to close them all without spiking vol too hard. One of those companies is really good at making money. The other one's really good at lying. NQ and ES both failed their 5-minute trends. Elon Musk is not hot. He was bald at like 19, and his body looks like a sack of fucking pale potatoes. What if you're into that kind of thing? No one's into that. Let's say beluga carcass. It does look like he has a set of prehensile legs stuffed into his chest. Elon Wazowski. Yeah, I've seen the picture of Elon when he was on his hunt for the heart of the cards. Hey, look, they sold more puts. Wonder if that was a good idea. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was not alluring. So JD Vance looks like a fat version of that guy from 30 Seconds from Mars. Oh. Alright, listen. I don't know why I have to constantly do this, but I'm gonna do it again. Okay, Fat Jared Leto, JD Vance. Same person. Jay, welcome to Millionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you added to the country club. after the stream.
Welcome to the pickle jar where we send it all we cry. Slapping bids, selling rips, IV's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down.
Even the eyeshadow's the same. Jared Leto has less, but
Good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no gain. Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up.
they've definitely both fucked couches.
Sealed in the jar, legends are made.
BT has been going nuts for a while. I can't help but wonder if the Bulls selling puts on every $1 uptick is putting them in a dangerous position. A sticky wicket, if you will. I should wear eyeshadow. Isn't Leto getting called out for being a creep? I don't know. Probably. Isn't JD Vance? Again, same person. If you wear eyeshadow, you have to change your name to Glorbius. Bulls don't like red candles. It scares them. They lose all their money immediately because they just wake up and buy a call at market open. And so if the market doesn't go up, they don't know what to do anymore. That's why everyone thinks they're a genius in a bull market. Because the second you have a 3% drawdown, they're all broke again. So I'm giving away my alpha. Sorry. Oh, look, they sold some more puts. Selling puts here seems to be working for them. You know what? It does. It's preventing us from going under 30. Unless we end up going under 30, in which case they would be fucked. They do not have a very solid plan for what happens if we go under 30. Actually, you know what? Their plan is probably sell more puts at 30. Which means it can't go under 30. That's not actually true. It can. It's just unlikely to. That was spicy. Look at that. This is starting to look like it wasn't much of a success. If we close just slightly above 35, it's a win. Sort of. Ooh, that was spicy. Was that news? What the fuck was that? Ooh, China agreed to the terms of the TikTok deal. Is that bullish? I don't even know. Do people still use TikTok? Yes. No. Not Tic Tac. Intel is said to ask Apple to invest as part of its comeback bid. Intel's talks with Apple are early, but may not lead to an agreement. Alright. I don't know if that's... Is that the news the Bulls needed to save their puts? I really have no idea. It seemed like they got very excited for a second. Premature ejaculation. Hmm. Hmm. We got a mixed bag here. Bulls are pulling back puts at 66.15 and 20, but selling more at 25, 30, and 35. Hmm. Gamma flip got way closer to spot all of a sudden. Do you want to delete that message, Pterodactyl? Or do you want to keep it? Make him look at it. No, he's done a lot for me over the years. Apple's gonna go back to IBM chips before they use Intel again. That might be true. It seems like bullshit. Try to squeeze it if they could. I'm just not sure they have anything to back the move. Also, that synthetic short at 40 is problematic. What's Delta look like? Hmm, maybe. Seems iffy. Minutes to close. Who's buying a 40 call? They're 40 cents. 35 cents. The Bulls of 2023 could have taken this to 50 in 3 minutes. So can these Bulls. But 40 is a bit tricky. They're netting off sold puts faster than they're buying calls, which is a little bit problematic. Ooh, NQ's got a little bit of a pump. Yes, gonna try to close at 6,700. That's so close. Jesus Christ, 40 is brutal. Ding ding. I wonder if the futures will pump. Oh, that was interesting, I suppose. All right. Um, so we ended a little bit above the bottom of the MM's expected move for the day, which we didn't actually test. And closed again a little bit below VWAP. Um, Market maker was pricing in like 68.98 to the upside. A lot of sold puts came in around 20, 25, 20, 30, which may lay the foundation for some support into tomorrow. Um, Over here on ES, we failed the near-term trend. Retested it, failed again. Now we're going for our second retest of that trend. I would say if it breaks out above that trend during the overnight session, possibly a decent chance that we get a little bit of mean reversion, maybe up to retest the weekly. Although, if we go out on like the 1 hour, the failed like head and shoulders here technically has a bit more room down. We wouldn't want to see that 66.80 level lost, which we did test our low today, but didn't quite lose. And that would probably help confirm rejection from the all-time high. But we did get the test today, so we'll see. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Obviously, there's data in the morning. Tomorrow's a pretty big day. I think we have durable goods. We have GDP. I think we have jobless claims. What else? Existing home sales? Yeah, existing home sales. And then a 7-year note auction. Couple Fed speakers. So tomorrow morning, pre-market, should be a pretty big deal. Not sure the rest of it will be. I know the GDP growth rate is expected to remain at 3.3% into the final print for Q2. I think durable goods are expected to have improved a little bit over last month's print, but still negative month over month rate. I think existing home sales are expected to fall slightly, although new home sales surprised to the upside today. So that was kind of interesting. Dollar showed some improvement today, as well as yields at the top end of the curve and in the belly around the 10 and the 5-year kind of outperforming everything. 5-year printed a little tiny tail today on its $70 billion auction. And we have a 7-year auction tomorrow. Correlation picked up into the end of the day. Didn't really climb much in the early part of the day. So a lot of our sell-off without too much change in the dispersion trade. Commodities up, obviously oil up 2.22% today, which is a fairly significant move. Gold finally lost that 3,800 level and then fell about 137 points. Silver down a little bit on the day. However, copper up quite a bit, and agricultural commodities seem to be doing fairly well. Once again, NASDAQ taking a slightly bigger hit than the S&P, but also Dow and Russell even underperforming that. Move, not really seeing any bond volatility. 3-month correlation didn't do much today. Leverage on the front and back end of the carry rising, and forward yield on volatility staying pretty flat throughout the day. Skew turned up a little bit yesterday. Breadth still kind of sucks. Fed fund futures pricing down to just almost exactly 3 rate cuts for June, just a little bit over 2 for March, and still holding it around 0.35 in cuts by end of 2025. We had about 5% steepening in the 10-2 year, and we had a pullback in the reversal with correlation here, moving back down to negative 34 from yesterday's close at negative 29. So quite a lot of vol shorting today, going into tomorrow's data. Obviously, if tomorrow's data surprises to the downside or durables are significantly worse than expected, we'll probably see that short vol position pull back pretty rapidly. I would say that that's most likely to happen in the pre-market. However, if the data is within expectations or slight improvements, bulls may try to lever off of this position and push out a little further to the upside. And then over here on the daily, we got a test of the trend. We closed just above it. Yet to see if this fails. Tomorrow and Friday's data will probably play a big role in that, but still above the 6,600 level, where we would confirm a rejection from our all-time high up at 6,699. Once that rejection's confirmed, we'd be looking at like 6,508 or the EMA 30 to confirm a reversal to the downside. So things are still bullish in this range. We're still above gamma neutral on the monthly. We closed above gamma neutral on the weekly. So keep that in mind, everybody who wants to go super short everything in existence. We don't really have any kind of bearish confirmation here, and any substantial support in this range is likely to lead to a bounce and a retest near the all-time highs, or even set a new all-time high. So while this is a little bit of a pullback, couple days of selling off, there's a very good chance that this is not yet bearish enough to lead to something more substantial. Thanks, Theta Decaying Corpse. Me too. Anyway, that's about all I got today. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. And I will see you tomorrow. Later.